Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Is that what you said? I didn't know. I couldn't communicate myself because I didn't take any devices. Do I want to? Said she wanted on here. Exactly how to run stuff. Oh, download Teams because I didn't want. I was just going to open it through Outlook so that Teams didn't pop up anything. You're able to go through Outlook. So activate. Yeah, just so it is going to be me though. I was hoping to not. Log out. Pop up and no. Either way, I just didn't want anybody getting messages while the meeting. Silence your account so no notifications come out. As long as I'm on Do Not Disturb, nothing's going to pop up, right? I don't ever trust anything. Trying to find where the heck do I even? Oh, I was trying to get to the. Trying to just open that one. Where I was stuck. That's where I was, and I was like,
Yeah, I think it's
trying
the
to.
other one, other meeting invite, not this.
Oh, this is the shorter one. Okay. Yes. We'll see. What was that? Just in case. And I feel like I haven't used a USB in forever. Too. How do we go? Oh, okay. Okay. Download. Yeah. I need to get one of those little.
Attention, please. The following. Attention.
Never have, never will. Yeah. I remember that being like drilled into my head whenever. Do we just want this light up while people are coming in? Yeah. I'm gonna hide. Oh, you're fine. Power cord for this? Blind. Oh, what we look up. Okay. Do you have to? Not typical. Hello, hello. Hey, good morning. Just not here this morning, but we've got the other extra numbers. Is this mic on? Yes, okay, perfect. Cool, thank you. No problem.
Attention, please. The following
Okay, for the sake of time, we're going to go ahead and get started. I think we're having a little technical issue with starting the recording. So it's just me to begin with and the safety video, so we'll be okay to not start the recording. I'm Erica Kemp. I'm the Division Director for Strategic Initiatives and Innovation here at TxDOT. And the Texas Innovation Alliance is one of our consortiums where we're bringing together the state, regional, and local governments to share innovations. But the first thing we have to do is the safety video. So we're going to do that now.
Attention, please. The following is a safety briefing to help ensure your personal safety while attending a public meeting at the Texas Department of Transportation Stasny headquarters, Duro Canyon, Mustang Island, Lost Maples, Enchanted Rock, and Goliad meeting rooms. In case of a medical emergency, please call 911. An automated external defibrillator unit and first aid kits are marked and located in the main lobby at the security desk. Fire extinguishers are marked and located in the public meeting space. In the event of an evacuation, proceed to the visitor entrance and exit the building. Once outside, proceed to the south parking lot of the building, past the flagpole to visitor parking, and assemble at Muster Point 2. In case of tornado or inclement weather, stay inside, move away from exterior walls and windows. The designated shelters are interior hallways. In case of active shooter or bomb threat, follow instructions from the public address system and on-site security personnel for more details. Thank you for your time. Have a safe and productive meeting.
All right, welcome to the Texas Innovation Alliance Fall Meeting. I appreciate everybody who is in person and everyone who is online. We are going to look at our distribution list, but if you would talk to all your friends about this meeting and ensure that they're actually receiving the invitations, and if not, please let us know in STR or Strategic Initiatives and Innovation so we can get them re-added to the new distribution list. We moved over to CVent, and I don't know that our distribution list is as full as it used to be, so I don't know the message is getting out about these meetings. But we are here to talk about innovation, right? And in the simplest form, innovation is problem solving. And every one of you in this room and everyone online is a problem solver, right? So it's really important that you share how you solve those problems in order to create a culture of innovation, which is what TxDOT is doing across the state in the transportation industry. So again, this is our forum for bringing together the state, the regional, and the local governments. We also have research institutes and our industry that are here. And please let people know this is an open forum, and not only for attendance, but for sharing your innovation. If you have an innovation that you think should be shared across this forum, please let us know. I'm going to turn it over now to Andrea Gold, or Andy, who is going to be our host for the day from CTR.
Great. Thank you, Erica. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see many familiar faces and some new ones. Welcome back if you've been with us before. I'm going to go over some housekeeping with some information on how to engage, and also talk through our agenda today. I also want to mention that usually we have an FHWA representative who is engaged with us. Usually we work with them kind of behind the scenes throughout the programming. They're not able to be here today. Hopefully they will join us next time and we get to hear some of their perspective and updates as well. And with that, I just want to talk through the agenda real quick. So we're going to start off. Our first portion of this meeting will be a project showcase. So the way that we have been doing this is we organize this by showing innovation projects from state, regional, and local agencies with the intent to share some of the best practices and lessons learned and make sure that the word gets out to everybody who's listening either in person or online today. We're going to ask that as we go through these presentations, please write down your questions and your takeaways. If you would like to speak and ask questions to the presenters, we'll do that all in one bunch at the end of our 3 presentations. Then we'll take a quick break, and then in the second half of the meeting, we're going to move to a roundtable discussion on the topic of innovations in emergency response. So we'll have a moderated panel for that, and we'll have questions that at the end of that section for y'all to engage with the panel members. We've got several ways that you can engage. First thing I want to point out, if you do need to access the internet for any of these, we've got the Wi-Fi and the password in the top. Hopefully y'all can see that. There's screens around the room as well. So if you, we'll have this up later, but if you are not currently linked into the Texas Innovation Alliance, please scan these QR codes. So we've got information on the website. We'll put information up there about different resources and upcoming meetings. Join the distribution list if you haven't already, or if you know somebody else that you think should be tapped in to the Alliance, please get that information to them. And then we are open to feedback at any point. So it can be stuff about meetings, future topics, programming ideas. Please share information with us. So that third QR code up there is a way to submit information and ideas. So I think with that, we're going to just get right into the programming for today. So we've got first up our statewide project showcase. We're going to have Jeremy Rogers from TxDOT Transportation Planning and Programming to take us through the Rival project. And if you don't mind, when you kick off, just to give a quick self-introduction as well.
Good morning. Is this thing working? Yes, it is. So I'm Jeremy Rogers. I'm the roadway inventory branch manager in the data management section of TPP. So today I'm here talking about a project called Rival, roadway inventory, video, and LiDAR. I've given this talk a few times, and I'm just kind of curious, how many of you have actually heard about this project before? So a few? Okay. So this is going to be a repeat for some of you. So let me give you a little bit of background. But first, be safe, drive like a Texan. So in our branch, we work in a database called GRID. It stands for Geospatial Roadway Inventory Database. It is the spatial database that houses all of the line work that represents all of the roadways for our agency and for off-system roadways as well. And we maintain all different types of attribution inside of that database. Things that you can kind of quantify, like number of through lanes, what are their lane widths, shoulder widths, what's the composition, like any of those things. But then also we'll track functional classification. We'll track, are you on the national highway system? There's 9 people on my team. And then there's at least one person, if not 2, in every single district that also works inside of our database. And they're the ones who really focus on a lot of that attribution that's pertinent to their districts. We're kind of maintaining the functional class, the national highway system, those larger systems. That's kind of what we do in our group. But those individuals out there in the districts are in charge of keeping all that other information about the roadways up to date. One of the issues that we run into is they're not hired to do that job. They've got something else that they have to do, and they just got tapped to say, guess what, you get to work in GRID. You're in charge of updating that information inside of the database. So we've got some people that have the time. They can keep up that data. They can keep that quality of data really, really good. But then there's other parts of the state that they don't have the time. So we've got some really good quality data in parts of the state and not so great in another. And we're like, how can we, make sure that we have a really good baseline of data across the state, update the database, and kind of go from there. So with all of this data that's inside of that database, we have one main charge, which is HPMS. It's Highway Performance Monitoring System. It's a federally mandated program in which we have to submit data to the feds every single year. In turn, we get federal aid funding, but we have to give them the extent of the roadways, the use, which is we get traffic data from traffic analysis section, pavement condition data from the pavement branch, and then some additional attribute information from my team. All of that data that lives inside of GRID gets ported out to all of these other systems. One of the biggest ones is TxDOT Connect, right? Anytime we're programming a project here at TxDOT, TxDOT Connect is where it goes. And it pulls information that we export from GRID. So when you put in a project, it's automatically going to populate how many lanes are on this actual roadway, what's its functional classification. So we're also exporting monthly things out of GRID, and we're putting them to our open data portal. And in turn, those layers get put on our statewide planning map. So if you used our statewide planning map and you've turned on some of those overlays on the left-hand margin, it's probably coming from GRID. And that box over there on the far right-hand side that has the yellow border around it, We create a lot of reports at the end of the year. So yes, there's HPMS, but we create some annual reports where we're kind of summarizing a lot of like the lane data, the VMT data. We're creating a roadway inventory file, which is spatial in nature. And then we've got something we call data tables, which allows a user to kind of pull down an Excel sheet and summarize the way they want based on like geographic region, MPO, but it's for those 4 main categories, which is centerline miles, lane miles, VMT, and truck VMT. This is what grid looks like. And I show this because I just kind of want you to see kind of how manual it is. The way it works is you log into this application, you create one job on one route at a time. And if you're updating something like this, which is number of through lanes, you turn on aerial imagery and then you just say, okay, it looks like it's 4 lanes right here. So from this point to this point, I'm going to say it's 4 lanes. And then from here to here, it's 2. So it's very manual. It's a good process for maintaining data once you have a really good solid foundation. But if I was trying to build a data set from scratch, this would be horrible. So cool for what it is, but not good for what we're trying to do here. So what we're trying to do is contract with a company that can go out and do these 4 things for us. So collect imagery and LiDAR for all of our state-owned roadways, as well as any off-system roadways that have a functional classification above local. It's about 150,000 drive miles. They're going to extract roadway attributes from that collected imagery and LiDAR. And then while you've got it, we would love to have the raw imagery and LiDAR data because we've got some folks here at TxDOT that know how to use it for their own needs. So we'd love to have it. And then lastly, we'd like a web-based application that's user-friendly that everybody in the agency can use so we can interact with that imagery and LiDAR data. We ended up partnering with Cyclomedia for these reasons. They had a really large fleet of vehicles. They had experience with other DOTs. They have experience extracting those roadway attributes, and the application that they provided called Street Smart, and I'll show that to you here in a bit, very user-friendly. So with the collection effort, they gave us 26 vehicles. They've got a fleet of like 60, but they gave us 26. They started in January around Austin, San Antonio area, and then they wrapped up probably towards the end of August, beginning of September, and that was probably in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So within 8 to 9 months, they had collected all of that imagery and LiDAR data, and as they were collecting it, they were loading it to the Street Smart application for all of us to use and view. This is the list of roadway attributes that we wanted them to extract. These are the things that kind of made the most sense to us. We did reach out and we did ask others throughout the agency what would be of most interest to them. Signs was the resounding response, like, yes, we would love to have a sign inventory, but we needed some things for our own needs. A lot of width information, roadbed width, lane width, median width, and shoulder width. Number of through lanes. We'd never cataloged turn lanes before. So we now have turn lanes, so left and right, or you continuous left. But what are their widths? What's the quantity of them? And then bike lanes. Bonnie Sherman's group and Bike and Ped, she wanted to know where they were. So we now have bike lanes, and we have the ability to say, are they in the inventory direction or non-inventory direction? They're capturing speed limits for us. Median type, are you Jersey barrier, cable barrier? And shoulder types. Bridges was one that we had, but we just needed a better data set for. Bridge does a really good job of keeping track of where all the bridges are, but they keep point data. We need to know where those linear bridges are. So they actually have captured from seam to measure that true bridge span. And then the last 2, illumination and signs, those are coming to us as actual spatial files. All of this other stuff is coming to us in tabular data because that's the way we needed it to be loaded into our database. But the other 2, they're better served as actual spatial files, especially for maintaining the data. Signs is actually a little bit different in that we were about to receive all of this data, and they were like, you ready for your signs? And we were like, wait a minute, what are we going to do with it? Because grid is not the best place for it. So we kind of had to put a pause on it. He said, well, let's just do a pilot. So we're working with the Corpus Christi district, and we're just getting signs for the Corpus Christi district. And we're working to develop an application that can actually be used out in the field. Grid is not mobile friendly. It doesn't work that way. If you're in the field and you're updating a sign or a signpost, you want to be able to go into an application, tap that point, update the information, and move on. So that's what we're working on right now with the Corpus Christi district. And if it's successful, then we have the ability to roll it out to the rest of the districts, and we'll do the additional extraction for the rest of the state for the sign inventory. This is an example of one of the extracts that we got. They gave us some roadbed width information. They gave us some shoulder width information and some some left turn, continuous left turn lane information. And I was just kind of curious. I was like, well, if I build a polygon based upon the width information, how well is it going to line up with the pavement? It's actually not bad. If I turn those other two off, you can see that the polygon, which is just built on the width information they gave us, it does line up with that road bed. If I zoom out here a little bit, you can see across that road bed that it lines up pretty accurately. So the quality of the data they're giving us is really good. So the next piece is that raw imagery and LiDAR. It's a lot of data. It's 900 terabytes of data. And we were like, okay, where are we going to put this? So first bullet point is what our solution is for the moment. It's cold storage, and it is just that. It's a place for us to put it. You don't really have a lot of access to it. What we intend to do eventually is have it in a repository that has a slick user interface that allows you to go in and say, I would like this area of interest for this vintage, this type of data, because we do intend to have other types of data in that repository other than LiDAR data. But for the time being, we can give the vendor an actual shapefile. If we want to define our own area of interest for a really large LiDAR data set, we can give that to them, and they will give us that point cloud for that area of interest. And then at the very bottom, in the StreetSmart application that I'll show you in just a minute, you can get your own 1 gigabyte limit downloads of LiDAR data. You just define your own area of interest in the application, and it will email you that data. So StreetSmart's that application. I'll show you this one. But for those of you who are -Cs or full-time employees at TxDOT, if you have a TxDOT.gov email address, you already have access to StreetSmart. We partnered with IT, and we have it integrated with single sign-on. So you don't have to request permission. You don't have to think about a new password. You've already got access. So your username is your TxDOT email address, and it should just authenticate and take you right in. Let me show you the application here. So when it loads up, it shows you this dashboard. And let's see what I want to show you here. Jump to this area. All of these little points that you see, these are actual recording points. So every 10 to 15 feet, they're taking 360-degree imagery and LiDAR data. But the cool thing is you have the ability to take measurements of objects in view, because what they've done is they've stitched in this imagery with actual LiDAR data, and I can actually toggle off the imagery. And it shows you a lightweight representation of the LiDAR point cloud. And the reason it's lightweight is because they don't want to crash your browser. If you had a true LAZ file there, it would be so much data. I love this. Anybody else have this problem here at TxDOT? Citrix windows always popping up. But the point of this is you've got a representation of the LiDAR data. They guarantee plus or minus 10 centimeters spatial accuracy. So like, where am I in space? Plus or minus 10 centimeters. But once you're within that space and you're actually taking measurements, it's plus or minus 2 centimeters. They're not guaranteeing survey grade. This is planning grade, but it does the job. I would never take a measurement of a bridge clearance and say, yeah, let's put up a sign based upon what I just measured. Like, that's not what this is intended for. But it does a really good job getting you up to that point. All right, so I'm going to see if I can do this from afar here. So you have a little bank of tools here. Go down to this measure tool, and I have the option to take height measurements. There's this width measurement that uses an orthogonal tool, but we'll start with height. And the way it works is you zoom into something, and you click on the object on the top, and then actually come down. And whenever it is green, it means you're plumb, and you click. So it's telling me my height is 16.41 feet. Cancel out of that. Let's see. Do some width information here. So I'll go back to that measure tool. I'm going to choose orthogonal this time. The way this tool works is it essentially, you create a straight line first. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use this paint striping as my straight line. I'm going to click a point here, click another point here, and then I'm going to go over here. And you can see how the image kind of looks a little skew from the angle that we're at. But what this does is it's going to remove that skew. So if I click here, it drops a point there, but it also drops a point back over here and creates a right angle. So it ensures that I'm taking a true straight measurement. And you can see that inside stripe to inside stripe is 11.71 feet. So really close to 12-foot lane, which is what we'd expect. This is in Oatmeal, Texas. I always like to show this oatmeal can off. They painted their water tower to look like an oatmeal can. Show you one more tool. There's other measurement tools, but I'm going to show you this cross-section tool, which is pretty neat. And it kind of works similar to the orthogonal tool. I'm going to zoom in here, drop a point to create that straight line again. Come down here. I'll come across the roadway over here. Drop another point. All right, so it created my 90-degree angle, but it's created this image as it slopes across. But I also have this little graph down here. And I can zoom in and I can click a point here, come across the side of that, click again, and it's going to give me my percent slope. So from one side to the other, I've got a 7.97% slope, and it gives me my delta height, which is 1.73 feet. So pretty useful tool if you're trying to kind of get, back of the napkin measurements. I think that's all I needed to show you for Street Smart. So one thing else to note is the vendor has provided us some integration. So if you use ArcGIS Pro, there's a plugin that you can add to ArcGIS Pro. And what it does is it gives you an extra window, and it gives you that Street Smart application that we just looked at inside of ArcGIS Pro. And what's cool is you can actually sync it. So if you've got a top-down view and you're moving down the roadway, the bottom image is going to move with you as well. Also, if you create web maps on ArcGIS Online and Experience Builder, they have an Experience Builder plugin that does the exact same thing. So this was it's a two-year contract. We're 10 months in. We have a 1-year renewal that we will do. But the thought is, how are we going to do future collection? We have a really good baseline of data that we're going to have in Grid. But, is every single roadway changing every single day? No. So, maybe we just focus our collection and extraction efforts, kind of more of an ad hoc approach. New roadways that are built, extensions of roadways, or, the roadway has changed so much that it no longer resembles what it once was. Maybe those are reasons that we go out and do those collection efforts and extraction efforts. And maybe we're just doing it kind of at the end of the year to make sure we say, okay, what transpired this past year? Let's make sure we get all that updated. And that's what we get loaded to the application. We have been providing some training sessions. We traveled around the state to about 8 different districts, and surrounding districts came and joined. We've done some virtual training as well. So if there's additional training that's needed, the vendor and I are willing to travel and help people out, learn this application. It's about a 2-hour, hour and a half training, and there are abbreviated versions. So once all of this data is loaded inside of Grid, again, I told you that we port it out to many different systems, but we also create our own end-of-year files on TxDOT.gov. If you go to Data and Maps and then down to Roadway Inventory, you can get all of this data. So whenever we publish our 2025 data set, it will be reflective of all of this data that we have collected, or that Cyclomedia has collected for us, and we've loaded into Grid. So any of the reports that we generate for 2025, which will be out spring of next year, will have all of this data. And here's an easy way to get to that webpage if you'd like. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. We're going to hold, as I mentioned earlier, hold questions till the end when we'll circle back with all 3 of our presenters. I was just thinking as I was watching the presentation, it may be interesting for us to circle back with you at a later date once you're further in and see just some of the applications and use cases you guys have come up with to use the data. That would be especially useful for this audience. I also saw many people taking pictures, especially on the extract slide. I wanted to mention that we do typically share the information, the slides, and recording from the video. So you can have that information later. You don't have to just rely on your cell phone camera. And with that, we are going to move on to our next presentation. So this will be our regional project showcase. We're going to have Brian Moen from the city of Frisco talk through the Metroplex Work Zone Data Exchange effort. And Brian has been a long time active participant of the Alliance, I think since its origins in 2016, 2017. So thank you for your participation, and you're free to take it away.
Thank you, Andy. My name is Brian Moen, as Andy mentioned. I'm the Assistant Director of Engineering with the City of Frisco. And we're one of the first teams in the Alliance, not when it originally started, but Karen Smith, some of you may know as well, participates with me on Team Frisco. So today I'm here to talk to you about the activities going on within the DFW Metroplex as it relates to the Work Zone Data Exchange. So first off, is everyone familiar with the Work Zone Data Exchange? Okay. So let's talk about what it is. It's actually a data standard that was developed by the USDOT, and it's used to describe work zone activities. So maybe, is it the right lane blocked, or where does it start, and so forth. And it's a standard that's going to allow that data then to be shared with third parties. So if we think of Google, Waze, DriveWise for the trucking industry, those types of things. So why was it developed? Well, one of the primary reasons was to aid with automated driving systems. When we think of AVs, that's something that they typically have struggled with. Sure, things have changed. I know it's been a while since we had a deployment in Frisco, but I know even on the way in here today, I was behind one of the Waymo vehicles as I was getting ready to turn off of 71 to come down this way. But that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is to help human drivers, and really then the root reason to do both those things is to improve safety for all the drivers that are using the roadway, but also for construction workers. So within the region, the North Central Texas Council of Governments, that's our MPO, they've been very active and forward-thinking in terms of innovation. And the Work Zone Data Exchange is actually one of their technology and innovation programs. And by doing this, it aligns with the efforts we're doing as a region to try and improve safety, address congestion, and it also fits in when we think of TxDOT. This is a good solution or a tool to use as part of the TxDOT process. These next set of slides here I actually got from Vicki Morris. Vicki's the manager that's actually monitoring this program. She's working with Natalie Becker. She's a program manager for this area. But one of the things that COG did and made it easier for folks in our region is on the procurement side. Usually a lot of times when we think of technology, that's one of the things we stumble across. We can have a great idea, but how do you figure out how to procure it? Or some of our traditional procurement methods don't always work very easy. And so they actually led a regional procurement back in 2022, looking for those three categories you see listed there to convert that raw work zone data into a digital format, establish the WZDX compliant reporting system, and then also general WZDX services. They had multiple vendors who submitted, and the 5 you see listed here are the ones that were selected. So you have Linksy, Icone, Mixon Hill, Navjoy, and One Network. And on the TxShare side, as I mentioned earlier, that's one of the things that's difficult on the procurement side. And the other aspect they did is they made sure that that procurement was done to comply with federal regulations. So in case you had grant money or something, it would be, you could go and use this source here and then use your federal funds to actually procure the service. So it's something that's really helped. Because I know for us, that's, as a city, that's usually something difficult. You're always looking for co-ops and things that we can buy off of to try and simplify the process. Within the region, the Work Zone Data Exchange, on the requirements that they had, so we held a workshop, invited all the different cities in that you needed to attend in order to be eligible to apply for the grant. But making sure that whichever vendor you selected, that they were providing a fee that was compliant. So the latest version is WZDX 4.2. I think it's been around since around 2023. Another thing that a city or an agency has to commit to is to send that data into the 511 DFW reporting system. We can see kind of over on the right-hand part of the slide there, you've got the 511 DFW, but we're kind of transitioning now to a regional data hub. That's a project that's just started into that region. So that data will also be gathered and collected into there. There were 7 cities that actually applied for the grant. There was a total of $2.5 million that was available for our region. So you can see the 7 cities there. I know Arlington's very active and part of the Innovation Alliance as well. And these were, you see here the listings and the amounts. So there was a good spread of all the vendors that were there. You had a couple of folks use Navjoy. You had McKinney and Garland chose Mixon Hill. City of Louisville chose Blinksy. And then Arlington and Frisco chose One Network for our service. Let's talk about why did Frisco apply. It kind of goes back to the introduction slide of why is there work zone data exchange and why is it needed. So one, we wanted to improve safety for our roadway users and for our construction workers. Also continue preparing for future AV deployments. We don't have a current one at this point in time, but that's something that we learned back in 2018, 2019 with Drive AI, that work zones were a real challenge. But the immediate impact I think we're also going to feel here is to help us manage and track work zones. It's one of the most difficult things. If any of you work for a local agency, you're trying to keep track of, you issue a permit, somebody can go out and do construction. Maybe the permit says they can't start for 2 days and it's good for 6 months, but you don't know all the time when they're actually going to be out there. They're going to show up 2 weeks from now and all of a sudden close a lane on you. And then what that results in is congestion, especially when we think in terms of signalized intersections. We have a pretty extensive advanced traffic management system in Frisco with cameras and whatnot that where we can keep track of work zones. I can't tell you how many times we've got a contractor come close a lane and the councilman happens to be driving through and he's calling. It's like, Brian, why didn't you know about this? Or why didn't you do something about this? They know the capability and the tools that we have to change timing to try and maybe help mitigate some of the congestion. We weren't able to do it because we didn't know that it was actually occurring. So I think this will go a long way to help us make some steps there as well. So within our implementation, I mentioned that we chose Causeway One Network. What we put forth to COG was a 3-year implementation. So it was $480,000 to cover over a 3-year period. We have our grant agreement is done. We're still finalizing the service agreement. Last week, I'm hoping was the last back and forth on that. I know I originally hoped to actually show you some of the implementation when we committed to doing this back earlier this year, but that's kind of how it goes sometimes. But at least right now, we should be on track to have an implementation start within about 45 days. We broke it up into a couple of phases. So phase 1 will be the first year, and we're going to focus on just doing this for our capital improvement projects. And then also the work that our public works department does. So maybe they're doing a panel replacement or some crack sealing. On the CIP side, as Frisco continues to grow, we have a significant amount of construction going on each year. So we'll be able to practice and learn on those projects. Do that in-house with our construction inspectors with the hope of transitioning to where then the contractor is going to be the one responsible. Because when you're out there and you make a work zone live, you're going to be able to use a phone just through an app and say, okay, this work zone now is live. This was the TCP we're using, and that's what's in place. And then at the end of the day, if you pick it up at 3:30, doing the same thing. But that's where we need to get it to, is to there. Currently, One Network is doing that with FDOT. That's a statewide requirement through Florida Department of Transportation. So we're hoping we can work towards that. This is a similar approach to what Arlington is doing as well. They've already had it in place for about a year already, and they started with these 2 groups. As we get into phase 2, years 2 and 3, I think the challenge we're going to have, but what really could help us out, is to get the franchise utility companies and their contractors to begin using it. It's probably the group that we actually have the most trouble with. You know, you might have a utility company, let's say CoServe's one of our electric providers, that might have a handful of 7 or 8 utility contractors that do work for them. And we all drive down the street, right? How many times have you driven down, you see a bucket truck, you put a cone, you're thinking to yourself, all right, I'm on a 45-mile-an-hour roadway. It's a 12-foot taper. Here's how long it should have been. I should have had some advance warning. You have none of those things. Hopefully through this, we'll get them be more responsible. It also help us to know that it's there, so we have right-of-way inspectors and our construction inspectors can know what to look for and where to find those things. Once it is implemented, we will be sharing that data as is required with the 511 DFW. And then One Network also provides that WZDX feed for each agency. So those third parties can go and grab that data from there. Know that that's trusted, it's in the right format, and as the agencies are using that, that information is really there. And then we'll also integrate it with our SAFER program. I won't be able to get into that much today. Maybe you've seen us present on that in the past, but it's a situational awareness for emergency response program that we use that has several integrations that can help our first responders as well as the public. And then lastly, we are ways for cities, and we are planning to implement it in there as well. And with that, be glad to answer any questions when those come up. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. We're running just a few minutes ahead, but I think that's fine because we'll have a little bit more time at the end for Q&A. Thanks for that presentation. I know that managing and sharing work zone data has been just a hot topic across many entities across the state. So I think there'll be a lot of interest in seeing where, what you learn and the best practices you come up with. We're going to move on to our third presentation. If you need to take a moment to write down questions from the past two, please do that because we'll get to questions after this one. But our final presentation will be our local project showcase. It's going to be on the HERO program in Midland and Ector counties. We've got Deborah Richmond from the Permian Strategic Partnership.
Sandy, my name is Deborah Richmond. I'm here on behalf of my client, the Permian Strategic Partnership, where I serve as their Director of Road Safety. Prior to going into consulting, I worked at TxDOT in the Government Affairs Division in the Commission Office for about 8 years until 2019. So I feel very fortunate that my work now still gets to intersect with TxDOT so much, and happy to be back here. A little bit about the PSP. It's a coalition of 27 energy companies along with 2 university systems, Tech and University of Texas. So you're part of it, whether you knew it or not, Andy. We work together in the Permian Basin to improve the quality of life around 4 key focus areas. Road safety, of course, the most important and the best and everyone's favorite, along with education, healthcare, and workforce development. We work really closely with our partners like our counties and cities. So I want to give out Michelle Hagman back there with the City of Midland is there. She's wonderful and is part of the Permian Basin team for TIA and has done some great work. And I think there might be some other Permian people on the line too. So thanks for tuning in, guys. A little bit, there's our member company. So you can take a look, lots of familiar names. We're really proud of the group we've been able to put together. And we fund initiatives across our 4 focus areas to reinvest into Permian Basin communities, both in Texas and then 3 counties in southeastern New Mexico, where the Permian Basin extends into there as well. Here's just a listing of some of the things we've done across our different focus areas. And as you can see, we've turned over $200 million in investments directly from our member companies to over $2 billion worth of impact in the region. These will be in the materials. I won't go through them, but always like to give folks a chance to look at some of the specifics of what we've done across all of our focus areas in education and workforce, in healthcare, and in road safety. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of overlap with road safety and workforce. I know we have a lot of needs for more truck drivers and construction workers, and healthcare really intersects with the work we do on emergency response and supporting our first responders in the Permian Basin. So I pulled a few slides from how we presented this when we started talking about the HERO program, which is honestly like my 3rd child. I had known about the program from my time at TxDOT and being a resident of Austin and Travis County, seeing the positive impact the HERO trucks make. And if any of you have been out to Midland, Odessa, you know that driving there is really scary and it's not safe. And it's I-20 with Corollas and 18-wheelers right next to each other. And it can be really terrifying. And there's a disproportionately high amount of crashes out there. And more people were dying proportionally to the population in West Texas than anywhere else in the state at one point in time. And so this really was becoming a crisis point, and we knew we needed to do something in the short term to impact road safety results while we're advocating for improved facilities, while we're trying to get more support from law enforcement and making sure they have the resources they need to be encouraging better behavior by drivers. So when Eric Likens became DE, we had a meeting. This is the first thing. I was like, nice to meet you. We need the HERO program. And so we started a couple of year process of connecting the dots, getting folks in the Greer building on board, finding some funding partners locally, and justifying the need for the HERO program. Just in case you're not familiar, the HERO program, as it's called in Texas, a few other states do it too, is the Highway Emergency Response Operator Program. Austin, Dallas, El Paso, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio have already implemented programs. And you can see by the picture, the HERO trucks have a consistent look across the state, as well as the workers. And they drive on a fixed route, helping with clearing cars off the side of the road to prevent secondary accidents, which is a huge concern in the regions that have elected to start these programs. They can clear debris, they can put up cones. They all have dynamic signboards on the back of their trucks, so they can help with accident management. They can change tires, add air to your tires, let you use a cell phone, give you water. It's just a really great public service. We worked with the Odessa district to identify the routes that would make the most sense based on the highest incident rate corridors in the Odessa district. One was on I-20, one was on State Highway 191. Both routes go into both counties. So Midland and Ector County residents are both receiving the benefits of the HERO program. And over time, we're hoping that these heat maps have a lot less red. So that'll be a good proof point in a couple of years. Excited to share our first quarter results. As you can see, just from July to September, they've responded to over 1,700 incidents. They have helped almost 800 disabled vehicles. They've patrolled over 115,000 miles. They have changed 150 tires, given 30 jump starts, and removed almost 170 pieces of debris for the road. There's several other items on the list of things that they do, but these seem like the most relevant, just to give you some highlights. I'm told that we're kind of on par with what TxDOT sees in the San Antonio program and some others. So even though we're a smaller area, that's a really great proof point just to show how needed this was in the Permian Basin. We love getting comments on our survey. Every time a HERO driver helps you, you get the opportunity to fill out a survey with several questions about your experience and the chance to leave some comments. So these are the types of things we love to see. It's extremely heartwarming and rewarding when, you know, people are like, I was crying, HERO came, my day turned around. We've gotten a couple of anecdotes, you know, I felt like you saved my life. I was a woman alone at night and you made me feel like I could get home safely. And our local elected officials, including our partner, Judge Terry Johnson from Midland County, really like it because they're hearing from their constituents about how much they like it and are getting thanked for investing in this program, whether they're a funding partner or not. So we're just letting everyone be like, yes, we support it. We'll get to the funding partner section in a little bit. And the city of Midland and the city of Odessa have both been great champions for the project. They are really seeing the benefits, and we hope that folks who didn't fund this initial round of the program will be inclined to keep funding sustainable long term. Wanted to back up just a little bit and explain the process we went through on this. I think the 2023 session, the legislature passed a law that will allow folks to do private sponsorships for HERO, kind of like highway beautification. So you can like NASCAR HERO with your logo, which TxDOT, I think, has finished adopting the rules on that, but the program isn't really blowing and going yet. So we didn't want to wait for that. So we went ahead and started our own. So we don't have PSP on the car or anything like that. We have Permian Basin HERO program, and we made a really cool image with pump jacks. So if you're into oil and gas stuff, it looks really cool. We should make shirts. But that program for sponsorship should be live soon, and the traffic division will be involved with that, along with, I think Jessica Butler's group too. So more to come on that if you're interested, but you don't have to wait for that. If you have partners locally that are willing to start your own hero program, we feel like we have a pretty good template on how to get that moving. So you need to, listen to your folks, see if it's something that they want to do. We'll just ditch that. And reach out to your TxDOT district office, traffic division, contracting division, and procurement division. We're all involved in our process. And then we develop some local agreements with TxDOT. It is a procured service, and so the district will need to do a procurement. So the earlier you can talk to the right people at TxDOT, the better. Again, this took us, once we got the green light, like the better part of a year to get together. So you got to walk it back and know that it's going to take a minute. And then procurement and other districts that have the program helped us figure out kind of an estimate on what this would cost. So when we were seeking other funding partners, we could make a reasonable ask to know that it would be sustainable for the length of time that we were agreeing to. So in our specific case, we initiated the discussion, formed the interlocal agreements. Our other funding partners are Midland County and then the TxDOT Odessa District. So an interlocal agreement was signed between TxDOT and the county, and then we did an MOU with the PSP, who's a nonprofit, and TxDOT. And as part of that agreement, we've outlined some key performance indicators that TxDOT reports on monthly back to the PSP to make sure we're staying on track and that the funds are being used in the way that we all agreed upon. So we created a contract scenario for 1 year with a 1 year extension, which we will execute, and started operating in July. We've got a dedicated phone number. In our case, we have a fleet of 10 trucks, 3 tow trucks, 14 employees, 4 routes. And then our hours are 6 to 6 right now. And that was based on feedback from our local industry, mainly the oil and gas industry, on when we're seeing the most incidents and what would be the most support during shift changes and fleet changes and things like that. So a lot of private sector input went into designing the actual specifics of how our program works. And again, it's 2 years of funding for now. TxDOT did $1 million, we did $3 million, and Midland County did $1 million. And that is for funding over 2 years. And that's it. Happy to take questions when we get to that point, but always happy to talk to anyone if you're interested in starting a HERO program in your region or city. I think everyone should have it. Thanks for having me, Andy.
Thank you, Deborah. Yep, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but we'll just keep moving through the program. So this is the portion where we've got some dedicated time for some questions for our presenters today. So we've got a mic that'll be moving around the room. Let me see, where's Mezzanine up here? We'll be moving it around. So think back to what you just saw over the past 45 minutes, and we'll open up to Q&A from the audience. Does anybody want to volunteer our first question? Yeah. She's going to bring you a mic right now. Yep.
I thought I was going to take your mic. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so for the first one, so the LiDAR, is that doing any performance, or, what's the detail you're capturing? Or
Are you asking about the quality of the LiDAR data, or are you asking what the purpose of the collection was?
example, would it capture like defects in the pavement?
No, it's not going to supplement, something like Pathways is doing, where they're actually going out doing pavement collection, where they're shooting lasers at the ground and assessing IRI, doing faulting, cracking, rutting. No, it's not going to pick that up. Not to that degree. You might see some undulation in the pavement, but nothing that you could actually create a score from.
Okay. Can anybody get access to streetsmart.com?
As of right now, it's only those that have a TxDOT.gov email address, but IT is working on an external single sign-on. I don't know where they are in that process, but once that is established, we will then have the ability to grant individuals outside of the agency access to it.
Right on. What are those green circles?
Yeah, those are what they call the recording points, and that's just how they chose to symbolize them. But I think it's every 15 feet, they're taking another, actual image. It's essentially images that are all stitched together.
Right on. So I just have two comments. It's maybe, make sense or not. It's up to you. I mean, one, I've seen something like this used in like the other topic that we're going to talk about this afternoon, disaster response, where you do a before and after.
Mm-hmm.
So when I moved here from Maui, where we had a fire in Lahaina, and then we had something like this done. So we could actually figure out what we lost. So it's a good inventory. And if something hits like a hurricane or something, then you can go and say, oh, it used to be here.
Right.
And then, so that's maybe a application, so as an inventory.
And just to comment on that, I completely agree. I mean, if it were up to me, yeah, we'd be collecting every single year so we could actually do some kind of change detection. It just comes down to what I'm allowed to.
Yeah, simple. Somebody stole signs. They do that all the time.
Right.
Because
Yep.
it's Christine or something, So another comment I have is on IT.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, storage is very cheap. I assure you, querying is not. That's where they get you. So I just want to heads up.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a larger effort going on where they're creating a digital repository to, hold on to digital twin data, other types of collected data that we're going to get, from different programs throughout the agency. This would just be one of those things that goes into that bucket.
That better be a big bucket.
Big bucket. That's right.
So for Brian, who is publishing all that data? Is that like, I saw some names like, Google Waze and Blinksy. I mean, I worked with Blinksy before, and they're mostly just like donating dash cams to people, and you drive with it, and that is very rarely even actionable. Sometimes they're in, the GIS data points don't match. Anyway.
So when
The source.
each of the cities went to COG to hear all the vendor presentations, that's kind of where we were as individual agencies, kind of to decide who might be the best fit for us, because they all did something different. Like iCone is at the device level, Blinksy, as you said, is using the video imaging from the vehicles. One Network had shown things that they'd done in Europe. It's being done in England already, came over to the US and FDOT, and you're starting to see it pop up in some agencies here. But in this case, they're actually going to provide that feed to those providers. So that's something they really focused on to earn the trust of Google Waze, because those companies want to make sure that data, if they're going to put it out to all of us as users, that it needs to be accurate. And it took time as they work, and I think probably through others as well, but helping to convince them that this can be done. And if you use a standard, that things should, work out and be true to what's occurred. And that was really the reason. One of the reasons that we chose them was they're going to do that feed for us. We'll still do things other ways, and maybe we can inject it into our Waze feed that we currently already have established and add these items into it. But really, it's going to be on them. We're looking for them to do that for us.
Right. Yeah, my experience with that was, they would point to some, say, guardrail broken, and we got to fix, and we couldn't find it for the life of, so it was, the data quality is very important. It's like, how do you check it?
Yeah, and that was, COG, back when Tom Amante was there, he had set up a pilot with Blinksy and made some data available to the region. That's kind of what we saw. You had information that was there. It was great. It was something you couldn't get access to before, but it was really using the video analytic, very interpretive of, okay, is the striping there? Is this here? But you need people to drive by it and so forth.
For the hero program, that's, how do we, um, you mentioned the cost of that, and how do we start that? Like in the city?
So I would reach out to TxDOT first and see if the district is on board and willing to work with you. I guess you don't technically,
Can we just put like a label on our truck, say hero?
no,
Or,
no,
but,
no. They've got blue and amber lights. They fall under the move over, slow down law. It's a first responder vehicle.
I mean, we're on the road all the time doing stuff. So I'm just curious if I'm low, rather than doing a big bureaucratic thing, can we get started right away? Is there some fast, agile way that you think?
Not that I am aware of. I'm happy to ponder.
Good.
Because you want all partners involved, right? So we did a lot of outreach with the sheriffs and local law enforcement, DPS. Our local DPS was really bought into it and helped and actually spoke at one of our kickoff events. But I would talk to the district and see if, like, hey, we want to pursue a hero program. Are y'all cool with that? And then, just hit the ground running, see how involved. Each city has a different model. So some of the funding partners in other cities, I don't think even include TxDOT. TxDOT's a partner because it's their roadways, but everyone has put together a different funding package, whether that's with the city and county and MPO or others. So whatever would make the sense, in Bryan, if the city wants to do it with any of their partners or the county, and who's willing to put that budget request through. But TxDOT can definitely get you information on what programs have cost based on routes and fleets and drivers, and you can kind of reverse engineer what would make sense for your community, and then figure out how you want to do it. Yeah. And happy to talk more if you want to contact me.
All right. Other questions? Yep.
Questions for Jeremy. So Jeremy, can you touch upon, I guess, the possibility of using TxDOT vehicles and retrofitting them with cameras to collect the information similar to what Cycle Media has done?
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of my hopes for the future is I think we have 8 vehicles right now that are equipped with LiDAR. I'm not sure what type of LiDAR equipment it is, but to go one step further and add cameras to it would be my hope. I mean, we've got the skill set where, we've got people that are bright enough to use AI tools to kind of do our own extraction. So if we're out there and we're driving the roadways already and we can turn on cameras and LiDAR equipment to capture that, that's an easy way for us to offset the cost of, creating that yearly data set. So we can do that change detection. But then we can do our own extraction for our roadways ourselves. So that's what I would hope to see. Whether or not that's going to happen or not, I have no idea.
Got a question for Jeremy. I noticed on the list, I guess, were sidewalks considered as one of the things to collect information on?
They weren't considered. We know that ADA, items are pretty high on the list, but I think it came back to what is going to be that system that maintains the inventory, and we don't have that yet. A lot of us really want all types of data. But when it comes time to say, okay, here it is, what do you do with it? And I don't think we're quite prepared for it. So we've got the data collected. It's not difficult for us to say, you know what, go ahead and extract this additional list of things from the collected data. If that's something we decide to do, the clock's ticking because, it's a snapshot in time. So it was slightly considered, but it just didn't make the list.
I think as far as updating, it almost speaks to we need something similar from the AV industry, like on the work zone side, you have some data standard, mapping standard, or all those vendors could be doing that, but then sharing the data with all of us as infrastructure operators to keep the data sets up to date, so we don't have to spend the money to go do it.
Yeah, it's great. I will say this. So one of the things that we have access to inside of the Street Smart application is there are other collection efforts that are happening here in the state, whether it be from local municipalities or counties, whatever they've collected, we have access to. And I think we're sharing what we've collected to anybody else that has a partnership with Cyclomedia.
Other questions from the audience?
I don't per se have questions, but a few asks and observations. So see me afterwards because in reference to the HERO program, to expand that out further, our traffic safety division is working on a model to do that. But they did reiterate what Deborah said in that it is not an easy process. It is a rather intensive process, but it's important to follow the process. So there isn't an agile way to like spin it up next week. But we can definitely get you onto the priority list as this program is being put together. So again, just excited because that's what this forum is all about, is sharing innovation and seeing it deployed. So Deborah, then I asked too, with your expertise for putting together a HERO program in a non-metro area to make sure traffic safety knows all of your lessons learned. So those can be shared. And I'm just going to volunteer the chat or following up with us on things you would like to see that we capture from a LiDAR perspective going forward. When Jeremy gave this presentation at Short Course, I stood up, I asked for things related to AVs, but then like 15 other people stood up and asked for something. So Jeremy now has this long list of items that needs to be prioritized, but keep adding to it, please. So
Give me the money too.
yeah. Well, I want to get you that remote sensing database first, and then I'll get you more money. And this is really, it's really interesting. We're out collecting all of this LiDAR, but we don't have a place to bring it all together. So we do have a team looking at the requirements for a remote sensing database. So we can, because we need to have that in order to build the digital twin, in order to move towards digital delivery, which is the ability to take a project from scoping to letting in a digital format. And then lastly, because Brian, I don't want to leave you out, the work zone data exchange is really important. So I'm very glad to see that there's so many local governments up in the Dallas area that are, and Fort Worth, that are participating in it now, because it is a forum to not only share work zone data information locally, but to get to some of the national outlets to get that information out there. So I really appreciate you sharing that with us today. And I do want to learn more about your SAFER platform. So that might be a topic for the future.
One thing on the work zone safety, Brian, how are y'all communicating externally? Like, are you doing any local PR around it or anything? I know that work zone safety fatalities and incidents are sadly on the rise. There's some legislation that went through this past session that had a driver's ed component, but some work zone automated enforcement laws did not go through, which was very different than red light cameras. We're not talking about that. We're talking about speed sensors in work zones with a physical police officer at the end of the work zone to issue that citation. But I know in the industry, it's just such a big growing concern, and I don't want the great work you're doing just to stay in the transportation professional network. I want people to know about it and to start caring about it more. So is there anything y'all are doing or need help doing on that front?
That currently right now, not anything specific. I do see as this goes forward, a lot of times our communications department does a weekly progress and motion video. It usually runs about a minute to a minute and a half. They'll come out and interview. They call up to engineering or each department, hey, you guys got any project you're working on? So we'll probably start with something on the social media side. We do work, that SAFER platform has us working very closely with fire and police as well. And then I would expect, or certainly share back with Natalie and Vicky from a regional standpoint, trying to push that once these implementations get stood up to let people know what we're doing and how that's going to happen. But I think we usually in all of our communications currently, like what we're doing is we'll send out, staff will write a message on various road closures or work on what's going on. We'll share that with a select group internally, but it hits our PIO, who then will publish it. But usually on the tail end of that, there's always the Waze message that we want point our public towards Waze so they can get the latest information. I'll just use it if you're traveling from Dallas to Austin. Use it if you're traveling around Frisco. You should have it up, because if we know about crashes, we have some existing work zone integrations. They just don't give you a lot of detail currently. It just notifies you that there's work upcoming. But all that information is there and published and kept live as it's tied to our work order system.
You want to go? I don't have a mic. Real quick, Brian, I might have missed it, and I know you can't necessarily speak for all the vendors you showed, but what is your method for validating the data, the information that they're collecting and then pushing to the data exchange so that the consumers, trust that data is current and accurate?
That's a good question. Since we are just about to the point to start up and get it running, that's going to be some of that basic stuff at the beginning. From what I've seen, I think it is, but it's probably more one of those items that's only as good as the information that you put in it. And I think that's where we want to work as a staff to really control it with our construction inspectors first. Make sure that we can show that it can be used and that anybody can use it, and then roll it towards putting into our specs that it's a requirement if you're going to bid on whatever capital improvement jobs, that you, the contractor, are going to be required to use this system and keep your information up to date. And whether then there's penalties or things involved, like on our, if you get somebody who goes out and closes the lane out without a permit type thing, if we need to establish some of those things to get that to happen, we'll do that. I think FDOT's approach was if you aren't doing it, you don't get to bid on their jobs coming up. It was they kept you off of it that way.
Just a big thank you to the presenters. Great job. Quick comment and question for Jeremy. Just to follow up on what Ben said, a colleague in our office who Ben is very familiar with, Jim Klein, also has the same ideas along the same lines in terms of perhaps when you do get to the point where you're using TxDOT Fleet to reach out to the area offices. It would make sense since they have these road runners that drive their network in their area all the time on a regular basis. That seems like that would make sense to outfit those vehicles and to collect that data and to help with the maintenance. But the question is, you're presumably collecting not only TxDOT assets on all of these roadways, but you're also collecting, or at least capturing, non-TxDOT assets as well in the images and whatnot. Is there any consideration of, like, for example, illumination? From what I know, a lot of the illumination is not just TxDOT, but it's also like cities and other agencies that are maintaining it. Do you have a method or a way that you're considering on differentiating that in the data? Is that a question?
Short answer, no. But just to kind of back up, so the collection itself is kind of agnostic, right? We're just kind of taking images and capturing LiDAR. It's what we're asking them to tease out of that collected data. But when it does come to the extraction of illumination, you're absolutely right. I think there's a standard assumption that if it's in the right of way and it's on a non-system roadway, right, it's probably owned by TxDOT. But when you have those interactions at intersections with off-system roadways, yeah, whose is it? Great question. I don't know. We have it extracted. We have it classified based upon the type of illumination that it is. But to go to the next step, which is ownership, I don't know. And I think when we pass that data set off to those that requested it, that would probably be on them to kind of figure that out.
Go ahead, George.
So I have a question, Brian, for you. Well, not necessarily a question, kind of just a comment. Like Erica pointed out, that's the phenomenal thing about these is knowledge sharing. So Austin District started a data exchange platform as well about a year ago, and they have an singular integrated feed for Campo, CTRMA, or I'm sorry, CTRMA, City of Austin, and TxDOT. Instead of doing individual feeds to the work zone data exchange, they're integrating them in the data exchange platform and publishing it via one integrated regional feed. And they're not at the device level, just at the project level of the work zone data exchange. So they have developed a regional data exchange data schema so that as they're ingesting information from the local entities, it's going to integrate properly and push out via one integrated feed in there. And there's actually on the regional data schema, a couple additional data fields that were identified that could be utilized to provide additional traffic insights into the Recore platform at CTEC and the TMC. So just wanted to pass that along because I think there's some opportunities to leverage what they've already done in the development of the workflows and the data schemas. The other thing that I was going to state too is they started the change management process as well on how that information is going to get integrated or entered into the data exchange platform. So I think there was some drafts going around into some language into the requirement for either a CE&I inspector to enter the data and some of those aspects as well. So I think there's some opportunities you can leverage some of that to maybe accelerate some of the timelines on your initiatives as well. So
Good deal. Thank you.
Any other final questions from the audience? And then I'll look to Michaela. Anything come in online? No questions? Okay, I've got one final one for Jeremy. You may have mentioned this, so if I didn't capture it, please forgive me, but what % of the roadway have you guys already covered? And what is your intent on the different functional classes? Are you trying to capture them all, or are you prioritizing any to start off with?
So we've captured all of the on-system roadways. So centerline miles is about 85,000 centerline miles. Lane miles is obviously more than that. And then when it came to collecting off-system, we, thinking cost in mind, we tried to limit it to something that was functionally classified above local. By default, you're local, and we're talking 323,000 centerline miles. So limiting it to functional classification, it was about 150,000 drive miles. So all of on system and then off system that has a functional classification. So that was kind of focused. What was the other part of your question? I'm sorry.
I think you hit it.
Was it? All right.
It's a two-parter. I do have another question for you. You had mentioned that you're available to do trainings. I think you said with the vendor go around the state. Have you conducted any of those already?
We did 8 this summer. We went to 8 different districts and we tried to pick locations that were kind of central to others. So we invited, surrounding districts and they came to that. So we started in June. I think we started here at Stastny and we ended in September up in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Is there any feedback or any convergence on questions or just realizations from the end users of either skills that they need, resources they need, or just moments where they're starting to understand some different applications that they might have in the future? Are you having those conversations in the trainings?
Yeah, I mean, the feedback's been positive. I think a lot of people are always wowed by, seeing the LiDAR and being able to interact with it. And I think for those that are working inside of grid, they can see the use case for it, being able to take measurements, not having to worry about somebody go out into the right of way to take some kind of measurement, which is huge, right? But, you've got others that are always like, well, is it survey grade? Is it not survey grade? And you're like, no, this is what the use case is for it. And they're like, well, if we could refine it just a little bit, that would be better. But for the most part, people are just happy that they have the ability to interact with the LiDAR data.
I think we have one more question that just popped up. Back here, Mezzabine.
Thank you. I want to ask about miniaturization of LiDAR, and a key trend we've seen is moving away from large mechanical spinning of LiDAR units towards a solid state. So what are the plans for smaller units in certain smaller units or embedding smaller units in devices, smartphones, as everything is becoming smaller these days?
So the question is, are there plans for using smaller use case? Not to my knowledge. I'm completely unaware of if there's any conversations about that. It sounds fantastic. I would love to have somebody who's out in the field doing something, and using a phone to be able to take LiDAR snapshots of just their little area where they're working. We do have a drone program here at TxDOT, where they're capturing imagery. They're looking at bridges, they're flying underneath to do inspections. I would say outfitting something like that with LiDAR would probably be the next best step before we get to like personal devices. But I mean, it sounds amazing.
All right, last call. Okay, then I think we are set to take a break. So I would encourage you during this time, if there's other conversations you want to have with the presenters or questions, hopefully they'll be around for a little bit for you to come talk with them. And then I'm going to leave this slide up here. So if you want to come up and scan one of the QR codes and get tied into all of our communications for the Alliance, please do so. And then we're going to come back at 10:45. We've got a panel discussion on innovations in emergency response. So we will see you shortly. Yeah.
Morning. You drive down this morning?
Slow down, 1:30.
Yeah, we were.
It floods differently all across the great state of Texas, and the flood warning system needs to be catered to that kind of flooding. With the city of Bryan, we call it pluvial flooding. You get a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. The creeks won't flood over, but your roads will very quickly. It'll overwhelm the drainage infrastructure. You can get so many inches of rain in 15 minutes. That'll be enough to stall vehicles out and things like that. So all that to say is that they didn't have sensors. They didn't have gauges. So we were fortunate to, and this is going to be a long-winded answer, I'll circle it back here in a minute, to say that we went from 0 to 100 in like 4 seconds, right? We were able to support the city of Bryan with getting a grant through the Texas Water Development Board's Flood Infrastructure Fund to basically build a 20-gauge system, a 20-gauge network that came with flasher beacons, automatic text notification, integration with Waze for cities, a public-facing site. So engineering plus construction to the tune of $450,000. So how did we do that? Innovation, right? This is what this panel is all about. We were able to, at least at the company, go back to first principles, start designing things, technologically speaking, at the elemental level of how do I get this transistor to talk to this capacitor to get this sensor to go off and then push that to the cloud. And you do all that and you remove 100 layers of middlemen technology that has economically been marking things up historically to the end user. We were able to kind of come up with a useful way to where, hey, we're able to keep our lights on while not breaking the bank, being able to propose something that is going to be reliable. It's been in operation now, Uday, since 2023 or so, working like a champ. I had some slides that I wanted to kind of show it with a live demo, but we'll kind of wait for that one. But my point is that to answer your question there is how did the biggest disconnect for us was getting something in the ground because there wasn't nothing there prior to this particular project. And with flood warning systems, there's a level of granularity to it, right? You can have, rainfall, wait 5 minutes in Texas, right? And it'll change. Well, that kind of variability spatially and temporally can change in multiple, in a split second. You can't scale, in my opinion, traditional gauging the way we do it for bigger systems down to the neighborhood level. You need to get more creative. You need to get more scalable, also without sacrificing reliability. So there's a whole level of innovation that's trapped in there that I'm happy to go into more detail, but I don't want to overstay my welcome here. But I will just say the technological part, getting over that chasm, was the bigger barrier to entry from my experience with the city of Bryan. Now that we're there, now we're having conversations with emergency management personnel, being able to integrate our notifications with Code Red and, seeing what we can do with Brazos County and how we can integrate that with WIA and IPAWS and things like that. That interoperability that we've heard a lot about is not just for your, communication with radios and things like that. It's also everyone, it's like Texas barbecue. Everyone likes their own brand of barbecue, right? Everyone has their different brand of flood warning system. This idea of which one do you go to? Are we adding more confusion? Are we trying to find, we're drowning in information yet starving for knowledge kind of thing? Like who's going to be fusing and organizing that effort together? So that is sort of where we're headed now.
Okay.
All right. So my take's a little bit different on that because we are an island on the Gulf Coast, and we are subject to Mother Nature and all her fury. Doesn't matter winter storms or hurricanes, tropical storms, just high tides. So our focus is to look at how we can go ahead and better manage our system to get people on and off the island. So that'll allow us to work with our partners being TxDOT, HGAC, Galveston County, also working with law enforcement to make sure that we can go ahead and time our evacuations according to what we have with our zip code map through HGAC to get people off the island. But by having real-time data, once we go ahead and establish the system, we'll be able to better time that. So right now I've got streets on the island that are, 5 foot above sea level. And, once we get a tide, you start getting water over the road, and people want to be able to get out before that happens. Otherwise, they're going to end up sticking around. So we want to be able to coordinate that better, push that out. Some of the things that we're lacking right now is, one, the technology to do that. We've got very old systems on the island. So as part of our project, we'll be looking to upgrade those, put new controllers in that have, AI capabilities so we can actually time our signals and our evacuations a little bit better, keep the traffic flow going. But it's also from the standpoint of emergency, not necessarily emergency evacuations, but holiday weekends. We have, 8 million tourists that visit the island a year. And you get Memorial Day, you get 4th of July, even Labor Day, or you get the biker rally. Those come in and we get a massive influx of people. So they get onto the island, no problem, but trying to get everybody off and then allowing the residents to get to and from their houses or the grocery store, that becomes a challenge. So hopefully when we put all this together, it'll actually have a benefit across the board.
All right. And our role is a little bit different than either of theirs. So Texas Division of Emergency Management is, we're one of the consumers of this information. We're one of the ones trying to grab the information and make reliable decisions off of it. So if you don't know, disasters start and end local. That's one of the things we'll always say. The State Operations Center, commonly known as the SOC, sits up in Austin and has council members that represent all of the state agencies and organizations that have something to bear to help with an incident. They fit into roles, what we call emergency support functions. And because we're here, we'll just give the example of ESF1, which is transportation. TxDOT is one of the main players in ESF1. And so when it comes to things like transportation or infrastructure issues or damages related to that, we have TxDOT sitting in the State Operations Center helping to make those decisions. And so getting the right information to make decisions to call the right resources down is critical to what we do. We also have a 24/7 watch, right? The SOC doesn't stay active all the time. We don't keep all the state agencies and council members captive down there, only just whenever we have disaster. So we have a watch that's open 24/7. They are monitoring all available feeds that we can get, and they are making notices and alerts as things occur throughout the whole state. So when a disaster happens, obviously it happens at the local level. We have county liaison officers in a majority of the counties of Texas that the locals will reach out to, and that's generally going to be our first alert. The county liaison officers work with district chiefs, and the district chiefs work with their region, and then the next step up is the State Operations Center. And at each one of those levels, information is passed rapidly from one to the next to make sure that we have all of the correct information. And so to get back to the question, our biggest challenge is actually connecting the ever-changing digital world of notifications and information so that we have one common operating picture, so that we're looking at one area and we're getting the right feeds, and it's not just fluff, it's not just something that takes up screen space, that it's meaningful, actionable data.
Sam, are you able to speak a little bit more to the public notification area, like what information goes out to the public, and then a little bit more on the interagency coordination? That's something that falls under the Office of Emergency Management, or?
I can speak to a little bit of that. Okay. So most notices for, well, any notice for evacuation or information like that is going to originally come from that local jurisdiction. That's who has the authority to do that. We have a communications division that does a lot of social media outreach that will relay information that's initially posted by the local jurisdiction.
And Jacob or Robert, do you guys have any kind of public notification that goes out locally to citizens of Bryan or Galveston in the event of an emergency?
Yeah, so we do. We basically work with city council, or not city council, but the city manager and the mayor, and we had council kind of together and monitor the situation as things are happening. And then as we go ahead and put out notices, those go through our PIO, and she puts those out through all the different social medias and also the other agencies that we work with.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another good question. First off, I forgot to say thank you for the invitation. So the front-facing platform, web platform that the city has is dynamically updated. So as soon as a road floods, that it's not even as soon as it floods. It's also based on criticality, low, medium, high risk of flooding, and then finally it's flooding, and then it's also distilled. There's also like ADA compliance measures for making sure that public-facing sites are going to be interpreted well by maybe colorblind or folks that might not be able to use a mouse and have to keystroke on their keyboard to different things. So all that's sort of there. And so that's, yes, it's there on the web, and yeah, you got to be sitting at a computer and things like that, which not everyone's always doing, right? When it's flooding. So then there's the text notifications. Now, with regards to text, we are only, the system is only casting text notifications to Uday's team for roadway closure information to not only go out there to close the road, but to actually verify that, hey, the system says it's flooded, the measurement says it's flooded, now I've got boots on the ground, and yes, it's flooded. So let's put the barricade there. So the city was very much wanting to have the ability to put physical barriers in place as opposed to those automatic floodgates that you see sometimes, just from a maintenance standpoint. So that's sort of how that works. Now, I will say, maybe going back to a previous question about the challenges, I think a lot of this, where I find ourselves getting stuck, at least on my end, is not so much the engineering or the technology. We can add more bells and whistles to being able to, Waze, Fuse, Starlink, satellite, Iridium, cellular, whatever. It always boils down to how do you affect, it's almost like you're having to influence behavior at a certain point, and that behavior resides at the individual level. But all you can do is provide in as accurate capacity as possible, reliable information to the best of your knowledge. Having said that, we have flasher beacon signs that are out there that say, when flashing, turn around, don't drown. Are we expecting everyone to turn around? This is Texas, right? There are certain cases where you're going to have folks drive through, unfortunately, and then it's also a herd mentality kind of thing where if one person did it, then it starts to build up more and more. So that's why we have the barricades that we try to get out there and put in place. So perception is a challenge. Culture, I think, is to some degree. The other thing is what's considered a flooded road versus a wet road that's still passable. Do you want to get so far into as being able to quantify, well, it's 6 inches and the velocity of the water is this much, and we can put velocity sensors on there too. I find that the challenge is trying to put in enough control measures without sort of inhibiting on people's ability to, kind of, if you put enough safeguards around your house, eventually you've built a prison around yourself. And so there's, it starts out with a lock, right, or a door, and you keep adding and adding and adding. So, and I'd like to see more research in the academic field in this area as well. So, yeah.
Robert, do you guys face the same kind of challenges on Galveston Island with the public's perception of the warnings and their preparedness? And
so I think it depends on the event. We've had issues in the past where, people evacuated for one hurricane, had massive traffic jams, and then they decided, no, we're not doing it again when they actually really needed to get out. So getting over that stigma and trying to have people understand what is the right message that they can receive is the hard part to overcome. I think the general population that we have that live on the island full time, they understand the risks and know that for the most part, when council and the mayor and everybody approve an evacuation, it's probably time to go ahead and get off the island, right? Unless you get those few stubborn ones that just want to stick around, and then they know, okay, well, you are going to be without us having access to you until floodwaters calm and other things happen. So that's just kind of the way it goes. One thing that Jacob mentioned about Brian having a teledialer system, we also have that there at the city where you can voluntarily sign up for text messages, and they will also go ahead and call you and leave you an automated message as well. So other ways to reach the public.
So additionally, in most recent events, what are some of the most valuable takeaway lessons that you learned during those events that could be applied today?
I know, and we try to have an annual training with the city of Bryan to not just talk about maybe some of the upgrades to the flood warning system that are coming out, but also to kind of lessons learned the previous year if we had a storm and what trying to improve that action plan. What we learned is that silly me, right? Is that city of Bryan, not the biggest city in the world, but if it's growing, but still not the biggest city in the world. You've got 20 poles out there that are gauging the water levels in creeks, and we had one storm in May of 2024 where out of the 20 locations we had monitored, 9 of them registered as overtopped, flooded. It was a big storm for us. And I'm thinking, all right, 9 roads are overtopped. We're going to get 9 road closures, right? We were only able to close 4 out of the 9 that were flooded. And I had brought this up in our annual training earlier this spring of this year. And it was mentioned that, Jacob, we only have 1 trailer that we have to haul around with these barricades to get from place to place. So even though it's not a big city, when you add it up, spread throughout, the city of Bryan, those miles add up, not to mention you've got flooded roads in between. So it became a resource allocation problem of not having enough barricades to close roads you knew were flooded. This is where now it's becoming of interest. Well, maybe for critical strategic locations, we can maybe consider these automatic road barrier gate kind of systems and things like that, where we can start to prioritize that kind of thing. So that was a good, epiphany of sorts that we learned.
Well, Chris, that's a really good question. I think the way that we think about it is Murphy's Law. If it can happen, it will happen, right? So the best way to think about that is, okay, let's get in a room and let's come up with different planning scenarios. This could happen, this could happen, this could happen. Winter storms, freezes, we lose water, we lose, we have a master hurricane that cuts the island in half or something, right? What's going to happen if that, what do we do if that happens? So we try to plan. And we go through and talk with our other agencies that we work with, whether it's UTMB on the island because they're a critical facility where we're going to be doing triage and other things, or talking with the county and the EOC to make sure we have our staging to get people evacuated from the island. So trying to make sure that we cover all of that. It's not so much just for people evacuation, it's also what services that we take on the island that we don't, that basically don't start on the island. So all of our drinking water comes from the mainland. So if we lose our rail bridge, we're reliant on whatever we have in our storage, and that's it. So these are some of the different things we think about besides just flooding. But planning over and over again, doing different exercises, sitting back after we have an actual event and say, hey, what happened here? What didn't go right? What did go right? What can we improve on? What can we change? But the other thing is also pushing that down to our staff. We have essential employees that are supposed to be, on call during the event. But with high turnover, sometimes, that doesn't, happen. So you get a lot of new people sometimes in that role. So having them understand who a senior experienced person that's been through these types of events can go ahead and help guide them is another benefit for us. And look at.
So I'll second what Robert was saying. So we have what's called an after action after every incident. An after action is, it's not a ding on where we messed up. It's areas that we need to improve. We definitely try to find those areas because no response is perfect. I think one of the things in the recent events, we are definitely pre-staging where we can foresee that there's a possible issue. That does mean a lot of resources out on a regular basis, but Texas is big and it's really hard once an incident happens to stand up a team and then wait as they drive all the way to the incident. So we're standing up teams a little faster. We're working to make sure we're exercising and working with locals and their communication plans to make sure that we are forecasting what will be needed in different areas. So, I mean, I'll point back to each incident's different. Each after action is going to be different. And then from that after action, we always make actionable plans to move forward and improve what we do.
You have a notable plan of action that you've put into place after an after action review of a recent event. You mentioned staging equipment in various locations and staging resources and things like that.
The most recent event being the July floods. No, because that one is still ongoing. We still have a presence down there. We are still actually still searching. So we still have a team down there 20, every day coordinating that effort. So that's going to be the most recent one that most people have in mind. So no, not yet.
Lastly, how do you see data collection and data sharing and interoperability evolving? Are we moving closer to a shared statewide operational picture, or are we there already? And I guess I'll start with.
Yeah, that's sort of my wheelhouse in a lot of ways. I think we are getting closer and closer. There are tools now that are made to ingest data more simply. I think the problem we have are when systems are used, and it's just a variety of systems. Everybody has a different system, but when systems are used that don't have an innate ability to share, there are, in my mind, that makes it really, really difficult. You have to do things like screen scraping, and you have to actually put a human in front to actually make human interaction, which delays the integration of the information. So as more and more softwares are providing APIs and are working together and realizing that their strength maybe is more in the way that the input and the display is made, but also in sharing that information, we're getting closer and closer to getting to a point where on the fly, when a disaster happens and we get a new product popped up on our desk saying we need to start consuming this feed, most of the time it's really easy to reach out and start consuming it. I'll go back and agree with Jacob. There's not a technical solution out there that we can't solve, right? You can throw just about anything at it and solve it. It just takes time. And that's one thing that we're short on when we're in the middle of a response. And so the more APIs and connections in and just willingness to share information makes it easier. And I think we're moving closer to that.
If we can stick with you for a second, you mentioned the July flood incident, which we know prompted a large response across Central Texas from state agencies, local agencies, a lot of volunteers. How do you handle that surge of volunteers, and what have you found works in the past, and what do you do better moving forward?
Okay, so volunteers, a little bit of a different take on it. So we've got our TCR project, which is the Texas Community Response Project. Our goal is to expedite the volunteer response. We don't want people self-deploying. That's dangerous for them, for the responders, for everybody involved. And so what we do is we create an online form for them to go and register. Once that registration is done, we match needs from people who have issues in the disaster area. So it's not just someone, willy-nilly going out and picking something to do. We know from the registration where their strengths are, where their background is, and then we try to pair those together. We work real well with all of our VOADs, and that's how we get some of the requests in. We also get requests in through the individuals themselves. And so we're really trying to pair that together and organize that massive response for volunteers.
Do you find that you guys have a lot of self-deployment issues that you have to deal with? Are there people that show up and just out on their own trying to do their own thing, or do most people come through y'all in the registration forms?
Well, once they know, they typically come back and do that. The heart of the responder, of the volunteer coming to help, that's there's nothing really wrong there. It's just once they know, and a lot of times it's just broadcasting that message out. And we've got these staging centers set up because we want the volunteers to come through the staging center, make sure that they know how to sign up and the importance of signing up. Right. One of the we'll use the Kerrville example. You know, just a couple days afterwards, we had another storm come through, and we needed to be able to get out a warning to everybody. Well, any of the self-responders, we weren't able to contact. And so this is one of the ways, you know, you need to be in the system so that we can reach out to you when we need to contact you.
Robert or Jacob, do you guys have a similar experience with emergency response and volunteer personnel?
Yeah, it's been more the question of where do people go to offer their services. And once they have that, then it's easier to go ahead and deploy them. We don't have a sign-up form like Sam mentioned, but they do get routed to whichever department is kind of leading that effort. So when we had the 2021 freeze, we had a lot of houses on the west end that are elevated where they're just bleeding water. And that was bleeding our system. So we were losing pressure. So we had some crew or some volunteer groups come in and wanted to help shut off water meters. So it was a quick crash course of training them how to do it, assigning a staff person that we had available to go out with them. And they kind of worked as a team in different areas of the island and coordinated information back.
Yeah, unfortunately, since I'm not really in the emergency EOC part of the operations. I couldn't really answer that. But I will tie into maybe something that Sam mentioned earlier about the fusion aspect with being able to couple sources of information in sort of an easy to understand platform. And that's certainly something that we do, that we support, whether working with the county or, TxDOT, Bryan District, whoever has interest. The system is set up to be able to pump that data stream into another system and then vice versa. There are aspects of the Bryan system that allows the administrative personnel that have the clearance to actuate things in sort of a two-way override if something comes up as a false positive. And so those kinds of things are not going to probably be patched to another system. But yeah.
Okay. And additionally, for you, Jacob, when alerts are triggered, what's the exact chain of action, and how do you measure response time success?
That's a good one. Right now.
Thank you. I thought of all the questions on my own.
You did AI made them. No. Right now, we just it's since we just got the system online about a couple of years, we're using a lot of this time to gather information. So we do pump out real time. The correct term is near real time, right? Nothing is ever truly real time. Information on that web dashboard, text notifications are sent. Those are sent to city personnel that have the clearance to go out and close a road. And then we do integrate with Waze, as mentioned. We have looked at the latency between when a road floods in Bryan, how quickly does Waze sort of pick up on that status indication? Because we had to go through an approval process. I think we actually had to make up an icon that is of the Waze sort of iconography that they can accept. So it's on the order of maybe like a minute or two between whenever the Bryan system software registers a road as flooded over, Waze will pick it up. There's about a 2-minute lag in there. But always room for improvement. It's social media, the court of public opinion will pick up on it faster than sometimes our system will. Hey, you crowdsource. Somebody has taken a photo of an area that flooded. We are looking at putting in the capability of letting them upload that onto a site that can be vetted whenever they upload a picture before we go out and confirm that, hey, we have somebody that boots on the ground confirmed where we don't have a sensor that this area is flooded. We vetted that it's true, and we can now sort of put an indication on that map that, hey, also watch out for this area here. So there's a little bit of a redundancy process between getting information from the city of Bryan's flood warning system. We have plans to crowdsource some of that, but then also, who makes sort of the evacuation or remain still kind of call, that is something that, I'd have to defer with our county on that. But,
Okay.
so.
And then Robert, what agreements with regional partners have been most crucial? And then where are some areas that are still needing some improvement?
So with regards to our grade system, there's going to be a lot of agreements that we may need to tweak, whether it's with TxDOT or with HGAC to do data sharing. So that's going to be kind of thought about as we go through the actual design and procurement of this project. We're actually just getting to the point where we're going to be taking a recommendation to council to award a consultant contract here in November. So making sure we stay on top of that is one thing. Making sure, Sam had mentioned a little bit about, all these different data sources and everything else. Well, it's definitely an issue, but it becomes a bigger issue when you're going through an IT department, because every IT department has their own restrictions of what they want to say, come through, what requirements we got to follow. So making sure that our agreements account for that and we can allow that sharing of data to go back and forth freely is going to be a big challenge that I think I can see coming. Some of the things that Jacob mentioned as well, just the project he's talking about in Bryan, as an engineer, as a community member, somebody helping lead the direction of the community, sounds really cool to me. And some things would be nice to have. But, right now we're still, if I could tack a little bit on what Jacob was talking about, we don't have a lot of advanced notice other than we have pre-staging. We know where we have trouble areas. So we go ahead and stage barricades and everything in that area. And then we'll go ahead and deploy crews as we need to go ahead and do it. And Jacob mentioned, for the social opinion, social media definitely lets you know real quick where all the trouble areas are. So unfortunately, it's a part of our job anymore. We go ahead and watch the feeds to see what comes in. It's, think of Men in Black. You got to go look at the hot sheets with the National Enquirer and stuff, right? That's essentially what social media is for us anymore. But to go back to the agreements, there's going to be a number of them that have to be tweaked. The law enforcement, we don't have preemption in our system right now. We're talking about it. There's some pros and cons to it, so we'll see how that works. But also, I think even going down to the railroad, we have a couple class 1 crossings on the island, and they block one of the state highways that takes you as a primary route downtown. So making sure that we can coordinate the, train movements and everything with that will be another issue. So looking to try and create a comprehensive system. Lofty goals, probably, pennies on a budget, but we'll figure it out.
Before we turn it over to the audience for questions, this last one is for Tatum. How are you ensuring that local systems like BFUSE and GREAT feed into the state's situal awareness in near real time? Is that what we're calling it?
Yep, near real time.
In real time. I like that. So it's as we get to know about the systems, we reach out and we try to make those connections in. And sometimes it's a secondary connection, right? So, the GREAT system or the, what are we calling the other one? The
BFUSE.
BFUSE. Okay.
The Bryan one.
So if those systems, sometimes it'll be secondary, right? So if they're feeding another product as part of their standard feed, that may be where we're going to jump in and get that. But as we get to know the systems, we try to make those connections in. A lot of times jurisdictions are working with their GIS department, and GIS for TDM falls under me. And so we try to keep those open channels of communication open so that they can know about any new systems coming in and that we can start making those connections.
All right. I think we're going to open up questions from the audience. I've been told part of my job is to solicit questions, so I stand between you and the door. So unless you ask some questions, we're going to keep hanging.
Anybody want to volunteer to kick us off with any questions or comments?
Well, I'm from the city of Bryan, so I want to put a plug in for Jacob there. I mean, I don't know if you guys caught it, but that system is not just flood. It's designed as a municipal, almost IT system, and of which flood is one component. So that's just a very fundamentally good design for anything. I do traffic operations, so my boss is Paul Casper. He's certified flood manager or something like that, SFM, CFM. And, I'm a PE, so PTOE. So all of that can live on that. And, you could get alerts of different nature, integrated alerts from that system. And another good thing he did was not go through IT.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually been not a small thing, because to do everything the way he did outside and keep it all cloud-based directly from the sensor, it goes to the cloud and build everything. I mean, he didn't mention the 3D printer for the sensor. I mean, you can just print it, all made in the USA. It's right there. Okay. And so it's great. It's working out great for us. And we have 3 trailers now.
Okay.
A big one.
Can I follow up on that real quick? Thank you, Uday. And for those wondering, we didn't plan that. That was sincere. So thank you. I didn't realize this because, in many ways, the city of Bryan was our early adopter in the whole process. And, I always thought that we were going to be, of course, we were going to host it and we were going to figure all that out. And not let that be a burden on the city. So whenever it came to, I mean, this touches on, DIR type, IT related applications. And so the city's IT department started to get, as momentum started to pick up, like, hey, this thing's going to get funded by the Water Development Board partially. It's going through the board. It got approved. Now it's going through city council. People are asking questions. IT now wants to meet. And I recall that meeting and just feeling that, who doesn't want a flood warning system, right? They're gonna open arms, right? But no, it was the security, network security, things like that. It was a different tone than I was used to. But the moment that I said, oh, this is not going to be on your network, it's going to be a cloud hosted system, the tide turned. I mean, it was like, oh, well then it's not our, that's you're liable. it's not us kind of thing. So that helped. Now, having said that, I've heard it said that for smaller communities, that have lesser resources, that is a big benefit to have them to be able to tell them, let them know that the IT burden is not an issue for you. Like, you don't need a big department to be able to manage this thing. So so that was good. Now let me keep it going just a little bit more. Now I won't steal the mic, but with the city of Bryan, they were the perfect early adopter, from going from 0 to 100 in 4 seconds. Like I said, starting from scratch, they were able to hit the ground running. And the data is theirs, by the way. If we work with folks that already have an existing platform, an existing system, they might be a little bit more in tune about, look, Jacob, you've got this cloud hosted thing, but how does it work with our stuff? Like, you're doing stuff that's, maybe cheaper, but I still need to get it back into our schema, our architecture, or whatever, our database. And really at that point, it's just, we just need to be able to pump it into your database if that be the case, and we're good to go. There's also an element of bigger agencies that have put in the merit, blood, sweat, and tears of building that system. They want to be able to have that feeling of, can they maintain it? Can they operate it? What's going to happen to, Torres in 100 years, right? So that these kinds of questions will come up inevitably. So we're always willing to work with folks in whatever way. So. Yeah.
Just one more for Galveston. I was there a couple of weekends ago for some. You guys have a ferry system that goes across, and I wonder if that is I mean, you ever thought of building a bridge?
Yeah, so the ferries themselves are actually operated by TxDOT.
That's right. It's free.
But
So,
that becomes a very long queue for us during the summertime because, people want to go across to Bolivar and also coming back. So, I mean, it's not unusual to see 45, 60, 90-minute wait times on that, and that's at 10 o'clock at night. So it's just something that happens. But so that is another thing we have to deal with. But fortunately, that is managed through TxDOT. So as we go through and deal with the other agreements that we have for our major arterials getting on and off the island, which is basically a causeway or San Luis Pass, we go ahead and take that into account as well.
Yes, and this question is for Jacob as well regarding the high water detection systems and warning systems for the city of Bryan. Is there any coordination with other stakeholders, City of College Station, Brazos County, for coordination of that? And also, is that being displayed, via the internet, web pages for the public? And are you coordinating that with local media, TV and radio stations?
Oh, absolutely. So, well, yes, and that it's that data is publicly available to folks that want to go and see it. There's a public facing website that's about to get voted on by council next week, or no, 2 weeks from November 11th. And so right now the public facing site, this is the one that's been distilled for the disability compliance kind of stuff. It still sits on the company domain. So, City of Bryan flood warning system.toursassociates.com, yada, yada. We're taking that to council to have them vote on sort of the URL for the, turnaround.don't drown.britex.gov and that kind of thing. So that will be available to anybody, Bryan College Station, everywhere. Having said that, right now the city of Bryan is really, I think, setting the standard, setting the tone. The fact that they had seemingly overnight this full citywide network, which, by the way, they were always planning to try to do a pilot project out of this idea. The Water Development Board's flood infrastructure funding, big shout out to them. That became the stimulus package to getting it a citywide application that we have today. That is setting the tone, the standard for the county now to come in. I think the county has had some meetings with the city recently, going out there and seeing the high water mark or high water sensors in action. I've certainly given them some presentations, and the city of College Station has 2 grants right now. One from the Flood Infrastructure Fund and one from the CDBG Community Block Development Grants for a flood warning system. It goes back also to perception. I recall anytime you've got a grant that is sort of a cost share, you've got to get your councils and commissioner courts to agree to go in on that. Sometimes they're not all in agreement that they flood, and I'm thinking, again, it goes back to who doesn't want a flood warning system, right? You're here to, save the day kind of thing, I suppose. Well, not everyone, you have to admit you flood to be able to vote for that. And I remember some council meetings where it was, we don't flood here kind of messages, but still voting yes, what is it, like 4-3 in favor of the funding. It wasn't unanimous, was sort of my surprise, but yeah, that'll always be the case. So perception will always kind of play a role if you're getting federal dollars, grants, things like that. So I think I answered your question somewhere in there.
All right, any more questions? Going once, going twice. Robert, I'll actually be at the Lone Star rally next week. Can I get like a get out of jail free card from you or something?
I don't know. I can hand those out, unfortunately.
Got a question or two before we close out. A comment on working with industry. So we've heard some stories from previous events where HEB, for example, has come through to help deliver water. Do you guys have any lessons learned or stories to share about how you partner with industry for food, fuel, things like that? Is there a formal process, or is it all kind of ad hoc as the events unfold?
So yes, industries definitely help out a lot. A lot of those resources will coordinate if it's done at the state operation center level. When those resources come in, though, It's really about making sure that they're going to the right area for the local jurisdiction to make the decision on where it's best needed. HEB and others will sit up at the State Operations Center, and they will they'll help, they'll donate and work with us on making sure that their resources going to the most appropriate location. So there's a lot of coordination. It's not just an effort that a truck just goes out and just sets up wherever they want. Yeah.
And then the final question that I've got is we've talked about, I think, flood detection sensors and upgrading signals to incorporate more AI for signal timing. Do you guys have any lessons learned looking at how you set up kind of the future ecosystem for emergency response, and knowing that sometimes the telecommunications that you need to deliver messages either from the sensors to the TMC or from the TMC to the end user via cell? Have you seen those system fails, and do you have any guidance for how to engineer systems that don't fail in the emergency times?
So I'll start a little bit with that one. So yes, we do have issues with that, especially on our west end. Fortunately, we don't have very many signals out there, so doing cellular translation of the signals works fairly well. But when we get more into the developed part of town, we have hard fiber connections, which brings it back to our TMC location. Verizon and other entities will go ahead and bring out mobile sources that may or may not be the most effective for us getting a priority on there, because it's more for emergency purposes than that. So that's something we're gonna have to think about as we go forward, looking at how the system integrates across the board.
Okay, any last questions? All right, join me in thanking the panel. Thanks for being here. And I think that takes us towards the end of our meeting. I want to turn it over to TxDOT and strategic planning to see if you all have any just takeaways, closing remarks, or any other announcements y'all like to make.
And do we have our slide at the end? Our upcoming meetings? Yes, excellent. Okay. All right, so as part of the Texas Innovation Alliance, we have these deep dive calls at least once a month. So we've got one coming up on November 5th and on December 3rd. So those calls will deep dive into another set of projects at the state, regional, and local levels. So look for those agendas and programming coming out. And then we have our CAB task force meeting also coming up in December. And that same day, we will have the technology task force. So you get a twofer. You come for the whole day. And we'll have great topics there. We are going to focus on safety at the technology task force because we are unfortunately coming up on the 25th anniversary of a death on a Texas road every day. So we are going to be focusing on the end of the streak. Now, ideally, that will break before we have the meeting, but that's why we're going to focus on safety in that meeting. I do want to thank all of our panelists again for coming in today. And I think the big takeaway is just the lessons learned from each one of our panelists and our speakers, and how important that is to have forums like this in order to share it, but even more importantly, that we start documenting those and making that information available out on TxDOT.gov and other websites so that people are aware of it. I'm going to call him out because he's in the back of the audience. Darren, do you want to say anything? Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for being here at TIA today, and bring a friend to the next meeting.
As y'all are leaving, because we'd like your feedback. So if you don't mind to scan the QR code on the way out, let us know what you liked and if you have ideas for the future.
Couple hiccups. Yeah, no, we figured it out. Oh. Thing hates me.